It's 1 o'clock, and I'll ring the sesquicentennial bell to call us to order. And I'm going to ask Councillor Greenfield to give us our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor Creeveny.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everyone. I will need to declare on 8.2B, the Bay Bounds subdivision agreement and street naming as the property where I live abuts Bay Bounds.
Okay, Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Coincidentally, I shall be doing the same.
You have met then. And I neglected to say, by the way, that we do have a quorum. So moving on to announcements on this side of Horseshoe, Councillor Bell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're not too far away from Remembrance Day here. I have some preliminary information to share. The base commander and the DSM met with the executive of our local legion, and they want to participate, and I'm going to use the word fairly heavily because of Meaford's 150th. So we're going to have a contingent that I personally have never been involved with. So we'll save that little part for later as we get closer to Remembrance Day. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's obviously been a very busy fall and coming off a great scarecrow and Applecraft Harvest Show. The 16th of Wednesday, October 16th at Meaford Hall. This is a fundraiser for the Bruce Trail Conservancy, and it's a World Trails Film Festival. So there will be a series of short films that celebrate trail stories from around the world. Again, so it's a good opportunity to get out and support something that is really important to our community trail system in our backyard. Thank you.
Great. Any other, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I too wanted to extend my appreciation to all of the organizers and volunteers who made this year's Scarecrow Evasion so special. It was just a fantastic weekend. I wanted to mention the Four County Labor Market Planning Board. The Four County Board consists of Grey, Bruce, Huron, and Perth counties, and they come together to do an Employer One survey annually. The survey just opened last week. It takes about 10 minutes to respond to, and this data gives us local workforce information directly from employers, so it's always been really valuable. This information is, it helps local organizations engaged in workforce retention and attraction. This region, the four counties, has the lowest unemployment rate in the province, and that's been traditionally the case for some time now. So gathering this data is really helpful. If we can convince 20 businesses ideally, but 25 would be great, businesses to respond to this, we can get data back from Four County that is really specific to Meaford, which I think would be very helpful to our Economic Development Department in particular. So I'm hoping staff can promote this opportunity, and I'd be happy to send the links on to Jessica and introduce her to the Four County Labor Market Planning Board and all that they do. Thank you. Oh, And one more thing, if I may, Your Worship, I should also mention that this Thursday afternoon at 5 o'clock, our Peace Act, the Pump Storage Advisory Committee, will be meeting right here in Chambers. And we'll have Tom Buck from Save Georgian Bay presenting. So that's going to be a very interesting meeting. And I would encourage folks to attend or to listen in if they're home comfy and want to listen into what's happening on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everything from our side? I'm going to turn it over to CAO Kim Buckham and to give
Thank
us
you.
any news you have.
Yes, absolutely. Like to start off with one of the Meaford 150th events. It's the 50s and 60s DJ dance out in Bognor on the 19th of October. Tickets can be purchased ahead of time and at the door. Starts at 8 o'clock, goes to midnight, or as long as your bobby socks will keep you upright. Is that right to make reference? In addition, just wanted to let folks know that they'll be seeing our annual sidewalk panel replacement program. Most of that's on Sykes between McDonald's and Edwind. And of course, weather permitting that, the concrete will be, or the cement will be replaced along that stretch this week. A reminder or you'll see some construction on Bayfield. That's where the mosaic mural unveiling will take place on Sunday, October 20th at 1 o'clock. A lot of the community has already participated in the actual painting of the mural, the mosaic pieces themselves. This will be the actual unveiling. I think we're going to have some speeches. A few of you are also joining us there for that. So also inviting the community to come out. With the long weekend, the Thanksgiving long weekend, the municipalities will be closed on the Monday, so everything returns to regular operations Tuesday morning. And lastly, but one of my favorite things to do is to introduce our 3 new employees. We have Samir Javi as our new HR business partner, so thank you. Jessica Kenyon joining as the small medium business liaison and the economic development. And then Nisa Cornforth in our community services department as the community engagement coordinator. So very excited to have these 3 over the course of the last, I want to say month, maybe 3 weeks, have all joined us and helping with a number of different initiatives going forward. But yeah, a lot of community involvement with all 3 of them. And so really happy to have them on board.
Yes.
That's everything.
Well, thank you very much, Kim, and we're happy. Welcome newcomers. Lots to do. Moving on then to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom on phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 in the morning on the day of the meeting. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions to 2 minutes, and I want to emphasize with no presentation materials. The public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel at www.meaford.ca/YouTube. We do not have any presentations or deputations today, but we do have a public question, and I'd like to welcome Michael Ashmore to the podium. You do, yes, sorry, and we'll get your microphone on there.
I have the following questions. The first thing is the land acknowledgement. Back in May, I asked for the land acknowledgement to be investigated on the grounds that some have never settled in the former St. Vincent Township and are mentioned as being, what's the word? carers of the land, they've never been here. Has that motion been passed? Has it been investigated? This was back in May. The motion was passed back then.
Yes.
Has there been an investigation done?
Yes, let me tell you, first of all, this is an important question, and yes, we are investigating it and working on it. We just are not quite there on that one.
I have the proof.
Yeah, you know, as the Georgian Bay Explorer, I recall a story about the year that Jim Rutherford wintered over in Owen Sound, basically to ensure that the tools of the trade were not walking away. And he spent Christmas Eve with a group of members of what is today Son, who approached his encampment on 2nd Avenue East and 8th Street from the municipality of Meaford, like today's municipality of Meaford,
And what
Anyway.
year would that be?
1840.
So by that time, this land, 1818 treaty, was it was on the treaty, it had been passed to new owners.
Anyway, let me assure you that we are working on this. It's very important to us. It's important for a land acknowledgement to evolve as we evolve our relationships with Indigenous people. And we are definitely working on this. And I'll be more than happy to let you know as soon as we're in a position to present the new updated.
Can I be allowed to represent to the people who are working on this?
I think, you know, that's our job to do this. And I think that everything that you've brought to our attention, you know, is on the table for consideration.
And yet you don't know what I've got to say about the proof I have.
Yeah, well, you could make an arrangement for a presentation if you like, but this is a public question, which is 2 minutes without presentation materials.
I thank you for that. The second question is at the July 8th meeting, I asked 4 councillors to propose a referendum regarding the pump storage plant for October 26th, 2026. Has this been considered by council?
I would say that it was. Obviously, we didn't do that, but I would say that this remains a question for an answer. We have to decide whether that is the appropriate approach to things.
Thank you very much. I look forward to representing the proof to council when it's requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council inquiries today? Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's our favorite question all around the table, but I wanted to ask, I'm not sure if it's Jessica or Kim who would like to take this one, because time is creeping away here in the fall, and we're anxious to know if our preferred bridges 21 and 22 are still going to be installed this year. Go ahead.
Sarah was going to answer all my questions for me, but it looks like that's not happening. So here we are. Through the chair, I have no reason to believe that isn't happening. So we're currently working with a contractor, and the aim is still to have them in before the year is over.
Wunderbar. Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Wiley, I think everyone, certainly in the urban area, has been very much aware of the considerable construction work that's going on out in at the north end of our town, at Algonquin Drive and Lakeshore Road South. From a layman's point of view, it looks as if the Algonquin part is pretty well concluded, but can you give us an update on the Lakeshore Road works, Jessica, please?
Through the chair, yes, the next couple of weeks, everything should be, well, I'm going to say weather pending. The next couple of weeks, everything should be wrapping up. So the new water main is going to be chlorinated and tested this week. The connections with the water mains are scheduled to take place next week. And from now until essentially the end of October, we're looking at ditch and boulevard restoration to be happening. When it comes to the road surface itself, obviously we need to wait until the water main connections happen. And then the base work will take place to prepare for paving, and it'll be the nicest days possible towards the end of October is what we're looking at for final product.
Okay.
No other questions? Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda, and there's just one item. So I need a motion to put it on the floor here. Thank you, Councillor Forder, a seconder. Okay, I beg your pardon? We can just, and this is, you're deferring it, is that what you are saying, or?
Speak to it.
So before it's on the floor? That's what I'm not understanding. So I'm looking for a seconder to put it on the floor. Councillor Bartley. Okay, and I think for in the interest of transparency, I'd better read the recommendation. So this is a request to purchase unopened road allowance. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford declare the subject lands surplus and proceed with the land disposition process subject to the following terms and conditions. 1, that the purchaser bear all legal costs in relation to the administration and closing of the transaction. 2, that the purchaser obtain an appraisal to obtain the fair market value of the subject lands and bear all costs in relation to the same. 3, that the purchaser obtain a survey by the Ontario Land Surveyor and bear all costs in relation to the same. And 4, direct staff to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale to be initiated by the municipality and presented to the purchaser and brought back to council in closed session for review at a later date. So that's the motion. And did you wish to speak to that, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and I know we had a good discussion on this at our last meeting, but I've become increasingly uncomfortable with the purchaser obtaining their own appraisal. I think there should be an independent appraisal done, or at least a second appraisal, or one by the municipality. I just feel it's important that we get good value for this piece of property. And I think my other concern is that over the years that we've been on council anyway, we've kind of been all over the map in terms of selling these types of pieces. We've had a price point on them in the past, and we recognized that wasn't sufficient, and we increased that. And now we're looking at doing things a new way. So I'd really like us to have some best practices in place for future sales of this nature. So it's certainly going to be up to council whether we proceed with this one as it is, or whether we defer it until we can get such a policy in place, because it is my intention to bring forth a notice of motion later in the meeting to address a request to staff to bring us a more up-to-date policy of disposition of these types of lands. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not comfortable with this as it's presented, and I want to hear from the rest of council. But if there's a agreement to that, I'd like to see it deferred until we have a new policy in place.
Anyone wish to speak to that, Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and I'll have to agree with Shirley. We've sold the odd open road allowance, and I think we have to be very careful going forward selling road allowances. This particular one goes nowhere. It butts up against the person's property that wants to buy it, and you'd never go through it ever. So I agree we should sell this, but I fully agree with Deputy Mayor that we should have our own evaluation of the property instead of relying on the proponent's evaluation. And I think that should be part of going forward into a policy that I would support later on. Thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Deputy Mayor, for bringing that forward. As far as the appraisal is concerned, I guess I was thinking maybe the purchaser would obtain the appraisal. I've nothing against that. I would like council to have an opportunity to examine the appraisal and give their opinions as to whether we think it's appropriate. If we don't, then certainly I would like a second opinion. I'm assuming the appraisal that council seeks would be paid for by the municipality. And correct in that, as opposed to the applicant's appraisal, which we want them to pay for it. So I'd just like to get an understanding of who would pay for that second appraisal. And as I said previously, if the first number looks appetizing, then maybe we wouldn't need that. But anyway, I'll leave it up to council if they wish to defer. I don't have a problem with that. The only question I did want to ask, and I meant to ask it at the last meeting, was there are a number of trees shown on the mapping here, and unfortunately, the new driveway pretty well runs right into those trees. Now, I realize I don't think it's, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's intended to go through that tree session or just what. I don't like to see a lot of trees cut down, and so I'm just throwing that out, that I hope that doesn't happen any more than necessary if and when this goes forward. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Do we need a motion to defer? Yes, so we better get that moved in, and so we leave this open on the table and open a new motion to defer this. Is that procedure? Thank you for your help on that, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we have a motion to defer, I'm not sure it's necessary to defer this if council, tell me if we're doing it right or wrong, come up with an amendment to this thing that we do get our own appraisal. We do have a chance to look at the appraisal. We're going to go into closed session once we get that appraisal and go over it. I'd still like to see our own appraisal, and yes, the municipality will pay for it. I think it's something that has to be done, and if we come up with that now, would we have to defer this going forward? I don't think we would.
I'm going to just throw it back to the deputy mayor. I think that you are looking for a thorough analysis because I think we've had a correspondence recently calling into question the whole policy of selling any road allowance anywhere. So I think that your idea of a thorough investigation and asking staff for that, it has a lot of merit, but it is definitely going to put this particular application on the back burner for a bit. Go ahead.
And if I may, Your Worship, I fully understand that thought process, that yes, we don't want to hold these good people up if they have a plan for this particular piece of property. So as long as we get a second appraisal in this particular case, I would be comfortable with going ahead and analyzing those two appraisals and moving forward. I believe still strongly that we definitely need to put a policy in place for any future dispositions of land.
So you have a notice of motion coming forward later today. We would need, I think, a motion to amend the motion before us. And can we turn to our clerk for a little guidance on that? We just need to
Yes.
adjust these clauses here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I'm clear, does council want us to obtain, so the purchaser would get their own appraisal, and then we would also obtain an appraisal, and we bring both to the closed session for consideration? Is that what we're asking?
And I just wrote to you, it's possible that if we are going to pay for an appraisal, the proponent may be, may not wish to go to the expense of doing their own appraisal then, because clearly we're going to go with the highest appraisal.
Right, and I think the reason why the motion is written as is because we're under the impression that it shouldn't be the municipality that pays for said appraisal because this was initiated by the Bell Courts. So that's why we have them paying and doing the appraisal.
So we should go ahead though with a subsequent motion to get an appraisal of our own.
I think the motion could stay as is, and we could bring the appraisal to closed session for council to review, and we could take next steps at that point if we needed to, instead of committing to extra costs right away. If that works.
Works for me, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my concern is when that appraisal number comes, I don't know that I would feel confident that I would be able to be a good judge of that value. I mean, we'll have to see what the number looks like, but I'd
Okay.
still be more comfortable with an independent appraisal
Okay,
rather than an appraiser being chosen by the applicant.
okay. So what we can do, I'll just need a mover and a seconder for amendment. We can amend clause 2, that the purchaser obtain an appraisal to obtain the fair market value of subject lands and bear all costs in relation to the same. We can amend to, well, actually, why don't we add a clause that says, and that the municipality obtain an appraisal independently for the purposes of comparing, I guess. And then we would be paying for that cost. The municipality would be paying for that cost. Does that work?
Yeah, I think it sounds good to me.
Okay, so I'll just need mover, seconder, and all in favor for that amendment, and then we'll vote as the motion as amended, please.
It's moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Yorig. And you want to just, I think everybody's clear on this, but you're basically adding a clause 3A that the municipality will obtain its own appraisal at its own cost. So we've got an amendment moved and seconded. We all know what it says.
So we will add clause 4, and then clause 4 will become clause 5. So that the municipality obtain its own appraisal at the cost of the municipality and to bring said appraisal to closed session for comparison purposes. That makes sense?
Okay,
And then
thank
it
you.
goes into, I can read the entire motion as amended if that helps after we vote for the
I think
amendment.
we're all clear. I just, as
Okay.
long as the public is following us, and I don't see anybody in the audience, looking confused. So I'm trusting that people watching on YouTube will not be confused either. Are you ready for the vote? All in favor?
Yeah.
That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
So that's the vote for the amendment.
But
Now we'll
yes,
vote as the
yes.
motion as amended, please.
Yes. So, and I think we need a new mover and seconder for that.
No,
So
no, we don't.
we
Just
don't.
a
Oh,
vote.
okay,
Yep.
all in favor? Again, that is unanimous, and thank you very much for your help, Alex. That's great. Moving on to the other items for consideration on the consent agenda. We have the next one, the recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2024-48, being a bylaw to establish development charges for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just had a question for, I guess, our CAO. If you could just comment on whether the documentation that was mentioned at our last meeting by the gentleman here that was talking about the reassessing the case for development charges, saying we had other ways to do it. I just wanted to get your comments on whether you had a chance to look at in that and whether that was a factor with regards to what we see on our agenda here today.
Thank you. Yes, actually, I was not able to meet with them prior to. I ended up having the flu last week and our meeting was canceled. That said, something I think that is important is we did start having some, I'll say, research. And I'm aware that also the deputy mayor had some conversations with the mayor in some of the or in a municipality that the developer was working in and referenced during that meeting. But that said, similar to any comments that come forward after this point, we can always do an amendment to the development charges. So this isn't a one and done ever. Although, some people would like that. This isn't the case. I think this has been a long time coming, meaning we haven't had a development charges review and an update to any of those charges in quite some time. And kind of moving forward, if you will, I think is of the best interest to the municipality. And as we learn more, and also as, I'll say the province, like legislation does change in this area. It has been quite a bit in the last year and a half too. So I do think that we should always kind of stay open to the idea that something could come along. And specifically that was around affordability for housing, which again, we know is a hot topic. It's got a lot of changes that are coming as well, or suspected changes that will be coming. So it's not been changed. There hasn't been any kind of changes since the last time this was brought forward. However, I think we need to keep the door open as things develop in this area of housing and affordability. So I hope that answers your question and maybe a little more. Okay.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I too, my heartstrings were tugged by the group 2 weeks ago. I did ask them to come up with some other ways to pay for this. Nobody's reached out to me. But like I said, 2 weeks ago, I looked into the taxes paid by the municipalities he was mentioned. They are higher than ours, one at 30% higher than ours. So maybe they don't need development charges. But I did look into the development charges that they said they didn't have any, and yet they do have development charges. They're around 10 grand. Wasn't what we're proposing, but they're not in the same situation as us. They do have development charges. So if they were to reach out to me and give me more information, I could probably work on it some more, but I'm happy with the way it sits. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. As our CIO alluded to, I did have conversation with Mayor Maloney up in Gravenhurst, and I learned that our situations are very different. At one point, they did not have development charges. They wanted to encourage growth, and then they gradually brought in some charges, but they're considerably less than ours. And the other difference is that their water and wastewater comes from the district of Muskoka, so that they don't have to be responsible for that in Gravenhurst. So that makes a big change into what they need to charge. But I am very interested in having the meeting with Suresh and our mayor and our CIO and seeing where that discussion leads us. And I'm happy to know that we can bring an amendment if needed. And my question for Kim is, when we pass this today, are these increases then immediate, or what is the process after council approves this report today?
I'm looking over to Val, but I do believe that they are immediate. So yes, it's with this passing that they've maybe become immediately. I think we have to update our website and those types of pieces that will be communicated appropriately, but it would be at today's date.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Primarily a comment. It certainly didn't give me any particular joy to move this motion, because I do realize it is for some people going to be an extra financial burden for them to face when building or buying a home, and I don't have any joy in being a part of that. However, development charges are one of the very few revenue tools that a municipality has to raise funds. as our CAO said, we're likely at least 5, 6, maybe 7 or 8 years behind dealing with that. It doesn't make it any easier on anybody, but we need to progress and advance. I would suggest to any of our developers who are in the business of constructing multiple homes that I encourage them to come up with their own ideas as to how they can present their housing products to the public. Maybe they do have some incentives that would work, and I certainly hope they would offer that as possible. But anyway, to sum up, it's 2024, and we're all aware of the huge cost of housing, and it's something that we have to deal with. Unfortunately, there's very little the municipalities can do. We look to the feds, we look to the province to help us out, and they have to a degree, but unfortunately, it just looks as if the price of home ownership, at least for the near future, is going to be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And the next item, the recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-49, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a subdivision and condominium development agreement regarding the Bay Bounds draft plan of subdivision, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. And that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the subdivision street naming for the Bay Bounds subdivision in accordance with Meaford Street, Park, and Municipal Facility naming policy. Need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Forder and Councillor Greenfield. So this is on the table to discuss, and just start off by saying nice to see this project at this point in time. Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'm fine with everything. My question, of course, is just with regards to the phasing. The phasing of the subdivision is mentioned, but maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any specific timeline for each phase. So maybe I was just hoping to get some clarification on that, please.
I'm going to actually ask Dan Sinclair, who's here in the audience, to speak to that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and to respond to Councillor Forder's question, there hasn't been anything in the agreement dictating the specific phasing. It is our intent to work at the north end of the property and work towards the south at the end, but that's really the extent at this point of any specific phasing. If that answers your question.
In terms of do you have sort of a general idea what the timeline would look like going forward for this phasing?
Again, it is our intent to start at the north end of the property. We are restricted as well by sanitary capacity. So depending on as things progress and how our sales progress, where that capacity lies, will dictate how we move forward from there. The first phase that we're doing now, we expect to take about 2 years to build out. And then our next phase, which is in the middle of the property, so to speak, would, assuming everything goes well, would follow directly after that.
That answers my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And while you're standing there, it's actually to staff, and he might have to chip in here. I was under the impression, I'm probably wrong, that charging parkland assessor, like given we're getting 65K to parkland dedication. I thought the provincial policy statement said we can't do that anymore. I thought that happened right after the Legion property money come forward. I'd hate to accept money and then have to give it back. Am I totally wrong on that?
I'm no expert to answer that either. It's my understanding that Parkland is charged based on the draft plan approval date, which was back in 2012. And that's where that's dictated, but I'm not in a position to give you the specifics on how that is today.
Okay, I'm just curious because
Have to get back to
in
you.
the back of my mind, that was put in.
Yeah.
I'd like to know that for sure. And is there any green space provided in this subdivision?
There is, we have two environmentally protected lands with two streams that run through the property. We will also be constructing a park at the corner of Ridge Creek Road that will benefit both our development and the existing neighboring subdivision as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, any other questions? Do you want to just take 30 seconds and tell us a little bit about your development? Because I do know you have some very strong selling points, and we're just very glad to see, you know, shovels about to go in the ground, so.
Definitely, Mr. Mayor. We're very excited as well. This is a big day for us to finally see this moving forward. And we're excited to get started. It's our intent to start with model homes and whatnot as soon as the servicing is done. Our big selling feature here is that all of the housing we're going to be building is net zero. So it will consume or generate as much energy as the homes consume. It's primarily done through solar. But we are far exceeding the building code. Net zero homes are 80% more efficient than code built homes. And so we feel we are giving a much better product, which I think is at a very fair price compared to the market today.
Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in your project.
Thank you very much.
So we haven't voted yet, have we? Let's do that. All in favor? That is carried. I might just say that there's nothing at all controversial about the street names, and having two councillors out of the discussion on the more important issues is really kind of counterproductive almost in my view. So anyway, can we call our councillors back, and we're going to go into committee of the whole. So I need a motion to move into committee of the whole, which we will be doing at 1:42 this afternoon. Mover and seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Bell. All in favor? It's carried. And the first item on the agenda, recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend council of the municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to adopt the council staff communication protocol policy. Mover and seconder for that, Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This came from your office, Madam CAO. And before you joined us, Madam CAO, I want to tell you of an event that took place that maybe you are informed on, but maybe this will be some information for yourself. Every one of us on this council were up in the upper room at the Meaford Hall. The occasion for that meeting was that every one of us had the opportunity to take the microphone, and in that room were gathered very many members of staff. The real emphasis of that, from what I recall of that really good get together, was that we had a really solid punchline for your staff. This council supports the work and the effort of our staff. I think I've got everyone remembering that occasion, that each one of us basically clearly said that there is nothing that gets done in this municipality unless it is the people who are hired by this corporation to do the job that they're supposed to do. We have your back. And I think that needed to be expressed. So stating that, there are a few things in your report, Madam CAO, that as I have read it, I'm kind of wondering why some of the terminologies have been included. It caused me to think that there may have been some bad behavior on this council who really does support the efforts of staff. In your report, you have mentioned a couple of times that we are to obey a chain of command. That if we have questions, we are to only go through yourself or through the mayor or a combination of both. It also caused me to reflect today on our meeting when we have council inquiries. Upon council inquiries, there have been many, many times when I, as a councillor, I have went to the director of roads and all things sort of, infrastructure, and I've asked questions. I've been to Jessica's office on things, given a heads up for a question that I might have. And now I'm almost a little reserved to even ask for that audience, as it is clear that you want a question like that from every counselor to go through yourself, representing that chain of command. You also have put down in your report that staff have expectations. Basically, it's how we conduct ourselves in your presence. And council members also have expectations, but you laid that out in your report under the responsibilities and roles of being a counselor or being a hired member of staff. A line that really has got me thinking deeply, Madam CAO, is when you said there's one line that says that council members might be using their position as power or for influence. You also included the fact that in section 223, when we took our code, when we were sworn in, that we were to do this job to the very best of our abilities. Now I get the impression that if we were to ask members of staff in a council meeting, even if we've had a preliminary somehow, that a staff member may say, I'm not prepared to answer the question today. And if they're not, and in my opinion, that's okay to say that also, but in your report, you say that the staff will investigate that because it was a question coming from council gathered, but we will only get that information disseminated to ourselves, and people who either are here in presence or watch this council meeting may not get that answer. So there are a few things on it. I don't mind us having an upgrade at all to our conduct, but above all, Madam CAO, I want you to know that I think I am speaking for all my fellow councillors. We truly want you to succeed in each of your offices, in each of your given responsibilities, and we count on you. It's not a councillor that goes out and does anything. We are governance. We authorize policy. We are the ones that make sure in a budget you've got what you need to do your jobs. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me talk a little bit here. And I know I've said a lot to you, Madam CAO, but at the same time, I hope that I have opened up a good, strong conversation for us today around this horseshoe. Thank you. And thank you, Madam CAO, for your report.
Would you like to respond?
Off. Thank you. Yeah, I think the intent going back was maybe I need some specifics of where you read some of those details, but the actual conversation started with myself and the deputy mayor. We recognized that Grey County had a protocol that had a very nice, if you will, easy read to it. It didn't reference legislation from the province or, kind of other areas that our previous policy did. And that it actually, I thought, did a really nice job of laying out both the expectations from council members as well as from staff members. So we worked on the first draft together. And then I took this draft through the managers and directors internally, the staff, and just tried to make sure that it was simplistic enough to be day-to-day operations. And I think it actually starts by saying open lines of communication are essential. That the flow of information between administration and council and the expectations of council and the administration should promote transparency, accountability, and confidentiality. So I think actually I have to disagree with some of those notes, just that the intention here is actually not to stop inquiries or to slow down any answers to council, and quite opposite. You might see the one part that I think is quite good. It's recognizing that although the Municipality Act has put, if you will, kind of the chair, the mayor, and myself at the pointy ends of the relationship, that we actually recognize in our small town, and also with the way that we have already been operating so efficiently, that it would be wise for us to continue that way, so that if requests do come in, that you'll see kind of requests or questions from council, it can go to a single staff, and that instead of just one staff sending back, the staff or manager or director will send it back to all of you on council. So that's something that we've been using in the last, I'll say, maybe month. And I think it's been with really good feedback so far, because you as council now get all the same information at the same time. The same with the directors, because we CC on emails, whereas in the past, it might have just been one question and one answer, and no one would know kind of the details around that or know why that question was coming up. Now we're giving that transparency back and forth. So I thought that the intent to be more transparent with each other was kind of gained by this change in the policy. But certainly if you're seeing things or reading pieces that are restricting or kind of, if you will, not putting a good light on our relationship, that is definitely not the intention of it. So I would like to correct those. But I do see instead here things like, staff's role is to implement council's decisions. Staff don't play a political role. They do not deliver services at requests of any specific councillor, but, to all of council. So, yeah, I think, yeah, I'm happy to revise to make sure that it does see, explains and or speaks to the intent, which is, again, to have a more open and let some of those informal questions get answered in a timely fashion, but communicated across the board. We did check in also with the Integrity Commissioner, because we were kind of concerned how far do we have that we can go? And they didn't have any concerns with the way that we were proposing this, like I say, kind of emails and the correspondence back and forth, ensuring that everybody had timely information. So, but happy to, again, take any changes to the language and put that in.
I think we'll go around the table and get some more input here. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And let me say right off the start, I have nothing against what you've written. Here's the old one. It's got more verbiage than the new one. I'm curious on why it was written. My one question is it something I've done? No, I want it out in the open. It sounds like it was written because there were some problems. I don't know of any problems.
No,
I'd like, if there was problems, I would like them brought to light.
absolutely, I would.
I don't have anything wrong with it the way it's written. And if you're the writer, congratulations. It clearly says in here, the chain of command will be used for significant issues. Having said that, I'm hoping, can I still make a phone call to one of the staff? I asked the treasurer yesterday or recently, when will the BMA report be out? Can I still ask a question like that? That's not advancing anything.
That's right. Yeah, the way that so I think, surely I would say when we started this in May, June, there's not a specific issue that we're trying to cloud over, if you will. And in fact, I think sometimes this is why policies probably just need to go through an annual review. This was one that, like I say, I feel like it came from some conversations that we did have about maybe some formalities and some, kind of rigor that was previously the case, and that we didn't see that helping us going forward. And so there was an interest in ensuring the inquiries and conversations, and recognizing that, again, some of you, work, if you will, with your neighbors, right? The staff is also here in the municipality living, and, there will be times in which you see each other on the sidewalks and you'll want to ask the question of, what is this and how's this? All inquiries are perfectly fine, which I think stands in both situations. I think the directives, but I don't have this isn't a way to curb any one particular person or people across the board. This was just to, again, refresh in a way in which we thought better articulated the informal types of questions that we do want to have, and the response back to all of you at the same time.
Thank you. I was just concerned because I'm very proud of this council. I've seen some other councils not work so well. And I think everybody on this council understands they cannot tell staff what to do. They can't force that. Anyways, and it says right here on page 115, open lines of communication are essential. And anyways, having said that, I think it's a great policy. Now that you've told me I haven't done anything wrong. No, it crossed my mind, or somebody. One small thing I'm concerned about is on page 112. It says under financial impact, there are no financial impacts related to the proposed customer service standards policy. This isn't a customer service. Okay. I didn't want it going forward to being wrong.
Thank
Thank
you.
Councillor Urick, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo Mr. Bartley on two facts. Wasn't us. Two, I think it's well written, and I see no problem. I think it's very commonsensical and professional. Be professional to people you deal with. That's all you really want with everybody you work with, both ways. You did bring up the one thing that I did question. So you've got under policy requirements, you got role of council staff, you have role of council separately, and you have role of staff. You mentioned the integrity commissioner. I was just wondering whether, as it's a policy and you're trying to kind of dictate or outline all of the potential foibles that are within, whether there should be a role of integrity commissioner in there as well. Because in dealings, we sometimes do lean on them first before we go to speak to staff, just to get an opinion first. So if everything's being written out, just whether a clarity of what the role of the integrity commissioner is to all this might not be a bad ad.
I will say, and partly why I actually purposely left out a few of the there was mention in the previous around legislation for harassment and like a few of those kinds of other legislation will say. So the reason I left those out, and one that just comes to mind when you mention about bringing the integrity commissioner in, is that we don't necessarily have authority over their role, and that might change outside of the authority of our roles. So one reason we might want to keep that separate is just because we don't have the authority to kind of shift, if you will, and change their role. But it doesn't mean that if we put in, I'll think about how to maybe put in to ensure that people know that it's there and available. And I think that's the part that, that they can always reach out and or progress things to the integrity commissioner. So I can look at how to kind of weave that in without actually explicitly explaining their role, which could change outside of our policy.
I think that would be perfect. And I think
Okay.
what Tony was very delicately alluding to was in the past, there have been scenarios where the integrity commissioner has been brought in. So when they adjudicate something or what their responsibility is, again, it does go towards the policy because it will define some of the things where you discuss in there and how you do deal with each other. They are literally just that one level of authority that gives some comfort to both parties that you're doing things properly. So I don't think a mention of them as an option is probably a bad thing.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Kim, I do appreciate you bringing this report forward. And yes, it's everything that we talked about originally. I just had one further thought. And it's up to you, of course, whether you think this should be added. But I think about the various forms of communication and what is the best way, for the communication to come back and forth between us. Whether email is preferred. I mean, there's face-to-face, phone calls, text messages, pass notes. I mean, there's so many ways of talking to each other. I just wondered if we should add a line in here that suggests perhaps whatever you feel is best, that maybe email is the preferred means of communication. So there is that written paper trail, so to speak, or I'll just leave that with you for your comment.
Sure. I think it's proving to be fairly well to do. I guess it's a topic dependent, really, is if you're furthering a resident's concern or, just a general question, they're a little bit different. So I think sometimes, again, depending on where you are and what is available, it might be easiest just to make a phone call. Like I would hate for somebody to see, I'll say, waste being poured into the Georgian Bay and they send an email, right? I think there is going to be situation dependent. But I also know that sometimes it takes, and I'll say specifically, most any one situation or any inquiry is a multitude of people here in the municipality. So rarely is one person going to be able to answer, which is what's been actually very helpful in this, I'll say, email kind of way. It would be great to move towards an issues management software, which we do have one. It's just not being utilized to its fullest. But I do think that way we can also give visibility back to the person putting in the request. And so again, I'll use the example of a resident request. It would be great if when they put that request in that they could see where it is in the solution. And like I say, we do have the software, we're just not implementing it to its fullest. But that is the intention going forward. But right now I do see, and I think, again, please correct me, when you are moving forward with a resident request, it is best to be an email because it tends to have some of the details that we'll need to explore. And then that way I can go and have those conversations with the managers and or directors and then get an email back to you and then CC them so that they too can follow the story. Because generally speaking as well, we have, we did a collective survey. We generally get about 821 interactions either through email, phone calls, and or in person through the summertime here at the municipality. And so with 821 a day coming through, it is really important for us to track that. And sometimes those are multiples. So you guys might see that as well. Even in email, they might send one to you, one to each of you, one to maybe each of us. And so I do think sometimes the email chain has been helpful to kind of consolidate all of that. But again, right now, working with the way things have been, I think it's okay, and I think it's working. It could be definitely better, and like I say, the part that I think gets better is on the resident side of that inquiry, and the expeditious answer, because it's now not traveling through, 3 or 4 people to get to them. So I'll give it some thought of like how best, and again, maybe that comes across in a chart form that we can I can give some examples of what types of questions would be best to, again, don't wait. If an email doesn't make sense, always, I think, call, get a hold of somebody, myself, or, who you think is appropriate for your inquiry. Does that help? I think, again, not with all the possibilities of variety of questions that come in. That's off the top what I think would be, stick to what we're doing right now, because I do think it seems to be working under the current. But as soon as we can, we'll be moving towards more transparency with the public on their inquiries. And I'm very much looking forward to that, because I do think that will clear up a lot of the traffic flow, if you will, in some of the emails and some of the information.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, to our CAO, thank you for bringing this report to us. It's yeah, a good thing to have a refresh with some of the items that are essential to staff and council. A couple of things. First of all, I do want to mention, and I think it was only mentioned once in this report. You mentioned general public, and unfortunately, when it comes to council and staff relationships, the general public are very important in this scenario. They certainly are to me, and I think they are to all of my fellow council members. Councillor Bartley touched on this. The second last page of your report, I don't have the number on it. I know you were saving ink by not putting the page number on this, but directions and requests of staff are to be done by resolution of council. And I guess the word that jumped out at me was requests. And I'll just run by a couple of scenarios. I've had members of the general public contact me and say, I'm afraid our culvert at the road is plugged, and I'm afraid if we get heavy rains or spring runoff, it's going to back up and flood my laneway and cause a lot of problems. Or another scenario might be that my neighbor's dog, lovely dog, but it barks all the time. And they contact me. And I have in the past, concerning the culvert, I have maybe contacted Mr. Freeze, our road superintendent, and suggested, Jeff, I've had this complaint, this concern. Could you check it out? Or I would contact Holly Hines, our bylaw enforcement officer, and say, I've had this dog barking complaint. Would you mind checking it out? To me, I I wouldn't tell Jeff Freeze to go up to the third line and put a new culvert in. Or I wouldn't tell Holly Hines to go and pick up the dog and take it to the pound. So I guess requests, as far as I'm concerned, I hope requests of staff members is permitted. And to me, it's not, that's not laying down policy. That's not making the rules. That's a request. That's a service delivery request. And I am hoping that I can continue to do that in the future. I don't feel that I am imposing upon anybody. I feel that I'm doing my elected representative's duty by doing that. Now, I know there can be a thin line, but I just, again, as I say, it's this general public involvement that can make it interesting, maybe a little more difficult for council members. So what I'd like to hear is, was my contacting Mr. Freeze or Mr. Hines or Ms. Hines, and this hasn't happened. It's an example of something that could happen. Am I overstepping my bounds?
I think that, again, that's a great question. And I think if I did have like my strict hat on exactly what, again, the rules are that we abide by, yeah, the direction of saying go check it out, or the implied go change the culvert or get the dog. Those are the things that certainly, from my understanding, and I think you guys as well, which is why you're bringing up the question, that is actually a directive, and that isn't, the role of council. I think that's where, again, why we've been looking to work on our policies so that we have far more policy direction, if you will, and understanding from a policy side as to how the operations actually was to work. So your email, let's say the example of an email telling Jeff, and I'll use where this goes wrong and why this is why they say, this is the slippery slope around the direction, is it could also have been an email from your next door neighbor or someone in your life also asking for their culverts and or specific piece to be worked on. And the one example from a course I took was just around, just pave my neighbor's driveway was the question or the directive from a council. So I think to be safe, answer you directly, I think, forwarding the concern on behalf of the resident is how to do it. Say, I have this concern from the resident over to you, Jeff or Holly, because they will know how to action, a dog at large or a blocked, flooding potential, so that you don't even have to put yourself in a gray zone is how I think you want to pursue. What you don't want to do is not do anything. You do want to pass those along. Certainly, I know in the past too, people have said, redirecting the resident to connecting, directly through our, it's like I'm trying to think of the button name. I think it's submit a request or submit a, question. Certainly some people will do it that way. That's perfectly fine. Other people will email you guys directly. Please continue to forward them because we do want to get to the problem and or solution as fast as possible. I think sometimes language, like I say, is a little bit vague and some informal, if you're directing it versus just sending it along for them to check out. But I do see, the action and or the verb in please go check out my neighbor's driveway could be skewed as being, taking on directive or telling staff to do something that all of council hasn't made a decision on. And that's really what it's about, right? It's bringing it back so that council, and I'll use the example of, bringing in any new services. We have people ask quite often or regularly things that we don't necessarily do. We had pest control recently. We've had, varying different, support us in our not-for-profit event or something like that. We get asked lots of questions to provide different services, and often I ask them to bring it back here to council, make a presentation, and or bring a notice of motion through one of the councillors, talk to them, and then that way you all get a choice to decide if we're going to start doing pest control or any of the other inquiries. So I think if we look at why you're not directing staff to do certain things and instead you're building policies, you're approving budgets, at the high level, that's also that each one of you have a voice on that and you get an opinion versus, kind of one-offs through an email and or, directing services to a specific person. That type of thing. It keeps you also all apprised to the way that the municipality is operating. Does that help, Harley? I don't think, again, I think it all comes back down to, I have read some integrity commissioners' reports and, counselors sometimes do for their friends, ask for specific things to be done. And, here in Grey County, it does happen. I don't see it happening here. So I think we all kind of have seen the nuance and the importance of forwarding residents' concerns is certainly something we need to continue to do and address those concerns here. So like I say, don't be afraid that by chance, by using the words check it out, that we're, feeling that that's a directive. But I think, if I was strictly looking at those words, yeah, I think we just need to forward them. Here's a resident's concern. And I think you guys do that as well.
Councillor Yuri?
So in Councillor Greenfield's examples, as opposed to just sending it to Mr. Fries or Ms. Hines and saying, I'm presuming you would like that copy to you and probably all of council, just because then everybody's aware of the scenario, because we all get multiple phone calls or they try different people, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just replying to one individual saying, help.
Exactly. And I think that's what we've seen has been working well, is to be able to send it to all with the CC to council, the directors, those group email addresses have been working really well, I think, for keeping everybody informed. So certainly, yes, if you see if you get a resident request through your email directly, putting it out to everybody has been really helpful. At least again, from our side. And I think because of the positive, I think it's keeping all of you up to date, even if you don't, see each other in between meetings or something like that.
I've noticed a definite improvement in many more emails to council, which means that each one of us sees it and we're all up to speed on the same issue, because we tend to get different strokes for different folks, and they'll tell me one thing and maybe tell Councillor Bartley something else and Councillor Greenfield a different story. And it's so I find getting the information to everybody is quite helpful. And that's one of my big goals, is to have every member around the horseshoe as fully informed as everybody else. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everybody's comments, and a lot of the things I wanted to bring up have already been addressed. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. And Kim, thank you for all of the clarification. I think it's really important that we're all on the same page, where we understand what our individual roles and responsibilities are. And I think this update is essential. And of course, my expectation is this policy is going to carry forward into future councils. Yeah, of course, when we're reading this, it always makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up a little bit, because you think, did I do something that I wasn't aware of that was wrong? Particularly with the one line that talks about counselors refraining from using their position to improperly influence members of staff, et cetera, et cetera. So you always question yourself and think, have I been doing everything properly? But I'm glad that you provided that clarification. And we're all a group of professionals, so I would never suspect anybody of stepping outside the lines. But my question is, with regards to this policy carrying forward into future councils, sort of what measures would be in place to ensure compliance with this communication protocol? So like particularly in situations where individuals might attempt to bypass this sort of thing. What would that look like? And we could just consider that a shot across the bow in case anybody's thinking of doing something like that down the road.
It's so funny because that was actually a comment too when I brought this forward to the managers and directors, and I did promise nobody's knees get busted and nobody loses anything. I think again, it comes back to intention is to continue a good working relationship. And although I'm sure there are staff, in fact, I do know there are staff and council policies that do have sanctions written right in, and it was actually discussed not too long ago with the Grey County CAOs that, you know, some of them do have some of that in there. I think actually, again, that gets away from, maybe I'm being too naive here, but I think that gets away from the essence. We will all make a mistake. We will all accidentally not like forget to put everybody on the CC, or we will say something, check it out. And I think it goes back to, again, the intention and the purpose of building a relationship isn't to be perfect. The intention is to grow with each other and to learn and to move forward. And again, I think there, you know, for the very severe cases, and I do mean that, I think that they need to be kind of that very severe situation that you would bring the integrity commissioner in. I don't see, like I say, a 3 strikes, you're out type of thing myself. I'm obviously open if you guys do, but I do think we will make mistakes. We will accidentally say, you know, something and or, you know, like I say, I'm thinking mostly in the emails, but you know, sometimes you know, the person, you know, you're going to go straight to that person. That's going to happen. I don't think that we should, you know, have anything more than just the reminder, oh yeah, you know, and then course correct, right? You know, send that email after the fact to say, you know, sorry, everybody, forgot you in the first answer, but here it is for everybody now. Or, you know, hey, Jeff, I'll let Kim know. Sorry, I went to you first. Like, I think it's just going to happen. And again, some of the reasons we love Meaford because we are a small town and we do know a lot of people. And I don't think that's something that we can't forget when we talk about a protocol for relationships. I think what we're just trying to do is not have favoritism or use a position of power. And the same, you know, I'll say even on our side, we're not using a relationship to an just type of measure. But again, that's where the integrity commissioner does come in and can take over from there. So I'm kind of okay if you guys are okay not to have, you know, the penalties, because that creates a whole administration to monitor and manage when I think we're not dealing with that type of situation.
Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And going back to Harley's situation, I may be guilty of the same thing. And I'm going to use a different name so Jeff doesn't get picked on. So I could see it being problematic. So Bill's superior says, where have you been all day? Well, Councillor Bartley sent me down to look at this culvert and fix this culvert. Well, Councillor Bartley, don't pull the straws. I can see where it'd be problematic and I understand that. And so it's a fine line that I hope not to cross again. But Kim, as a CAO, I know you're a very strong person and we all have broad shoulders. I would hope if I overstep, you would come and talk to me. That's all I asked. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Bell, have you had the discussion that you wished and are you happy with it?
Thank you. Under the roles of council and staff on page 114, I want some conversation, please, where you say to demonstrate a high degree of confidentiality. That's professionalism. That's expected both of staff and of council. The people who vote for us to occupy these positions trust us, and they know that we're going to be hearing things that we are only going to hear in a closed session, that we're going to bear that information and we're going to keep it tight to the vest. My question is, do we have a true protocol policy upon entering into a closed session? Because what I am witnessing is different than before COVID. Before COVID, we got packages, we opened them, we could write on them, and then we turned them into staff and they were destroyed. Now they're on our laptops. And I think that that could open up a breach for confidentiality. So I have two things then. Do we have a policy currently for protocols upon entering into a closed session? And can we go back to like before COVID?
So I think as well, in addition to the documentation, there was also previously part of the I think it was a protocol, not a policy, like you say, in regards to cell phone use during it. There was a number of pieces. So I do believe there is one. As you'll see over the course of probably it'll take about a year. I'd like to revise and go through each one of the policies. So I think you're highlighting the need to go through the closed session policy, but I do believe there is one. I just can't quote off the top all the nuances, but to your point, it did include paper copies. It did include no cell phone use. Like there was a few things right in there. So yes, I think it's worthwhile for us to, kind of revise that, go through it, see where we want to be. And I can bring that forward as I did with this. And, we can kind of take a look at it and see that, it fits where we are today and that we're, either I do appreciate your comment going further back into, the old days, rather than using technology, such as electronic files. So we can look at that. We can also look at password protection on certain files too. So then that way we can change that password and then therefore after that date, there's no further access to the file. So there's some new elements that we can bring into. So I'll take that.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. I'm really glad you brought that forward, Councillor Bell, and I'm just thinking at the county level, just to add to the conversation that material does come to us electronically as well. And the other thing, Kim, that used to happen was that those meetings were recorded, and whether or not that's something that needs to be revisited. So yes, I would look forward to an updated policy and just thinking of the confidentiality side of it, recognizing that is information is for us and us alone. It's not to be shared
Absolutely.
at all with anyone at home or outside the home. So I think
Yeah.
reminders of all of that would be very pertinent.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think usually we start off a closed session with that verbal reminder. But I think to your point, there's no harm. And like I say, I think it's just good practice to go over all of our policies. And we're in the works of starting that with this. Yeah.
So we've had a pretty fulsome discussion, and are you ready to vote on this? Okay, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. One final report here. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring the draft fees and charges forward at a statutory public meeting prior to Council's final consideration of the 2025 fees and charges bylaw. A mover and a seconder for this, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bartley. Discussion on it? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm sorry I have a few questions. Could we start on page 11 of the report? We're removing the fee for a major pre-consultation, and we've maintained the minor site plans. Well, that's a different, I guess. So the major pre-consultation is removed. So does that show up somewhere in another charge?
Val, can you speak to that? Does it show up again? Or is it just removed? Yeah, okay.
Shows up later, okay. I
I
thought
want
it
to
mu-
say if it's not, it should be. So we'll catch that as an error if it's not. So either way, you're drawing attention to, yeah, we should definitely still have that. I don't see a reason that I know of, Val, that we wouldn't continue with the charge for that.
I don't see a reason why we wouldn't with the charge for that either, but I will have to have a look.
No. Your worship, do you want to go on to others or do you want me to ask?
You may as well keep going.
Keep going, okay. On page 24 of the report, we're talking about signs on municipal properties. And again, this is something, Kim, that we talked about some time ago about addressing some of the signs that are on municipal properties that are not currently paying and, you know, how we're going to deal with that and make sure that everyone is compliant. So just wanted to highlight that. And the next one is page 52. And as I flip over to that one, and this one looks at Meaford and St. Vincent Arena and recognizing the pickleball rate of $30 an hour has been removed for 2025. And I think everyone on council will remember the discussion from last year. Our pickleball club had been enjoying a rate of $60 a day and we increased that to $75 a day. So I was thinking we should have a line in here with an increase for this year so that we're all clear on what the pickleball club is going to be paying at the community center.
If I may, sorry, just to interrupt you, because we've gone into a specific agreement with them.
Okay,
Sorry. We're in negotiations of a specific agreement, so they won't, that's right. So it won't be a line item because there's only one pickleball group. And we're going to have a contractual agreement and a rate in that contract.
so we'll see that.
That's right.
Just for the record, I was trying to recuse myself from the conversation.
Who's next? Any other questions? Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have it by actual. I'm gonna go page 164, the whole thing. I don't have it broken down the way that Shirley did. So on the box office fees for Meaford Hall, I have a question there. And it talked about what the general fee doesn't even turn out to be page 164 on mine. How did that work? And yet it was when I first did it and wrote my notes. Good. No, let's do that. That's what I had it too as well. Yes, so the box office fee per ticket is 10%. So this is come up a few times out there that there are, and I understand that's for staff has to touch, et cetera. So there is definitely time and effort. There are, and I did check this on other venues as well. So when somebody uses a third party online service to purchase tickets, that isn't in here. If you look at an agreement from Meaford Hall, it is broken out as it'll say box office fee and it'll say box office fee for external ticket agencies. So that's not in here, and I think it should be because it's literally on the billing of the when Meaford Hall sends a billing out to an organization. So just to be clear, because the question is whether or not when they're charging 10% for the box office fee because they are doing whatever, should it also be 10% for a non if they're not selling the ticket, because they're not doing any of the work, they're just walking in and taking the ticket. So a lot of the work that is involved is no longer required for the fee.
I think I
Some
understand.
venues as well, sorry, just
Yep.
also had, for example, they also had for an external fee, they had it to a maximum. So that it would be up to, you know, $3 on whatever
Yep.
the ticket was. Because again, they recognized that they weren't really, their box office staff wasn't doing the work.
Right,
It was actually all
The
done
third
by
party.
somebody else, and they're just taking the ticket when
right.
somebody walks in.
And so you're suggesting that we have another line item for that external third party
Right.
office, yeah.
And
ticket
to be fair,
agent.
there's two ways of doing this, because then it comes down to whether you want to monopolize, because some venues, when I was looking around, they will not accept you,
A third
all,
party.
all
That's-
tickets have to be bought through the box office.
Yep,
Versus saying you can use a third target ticket agency, and you still get a dime out of that, but it might not be the same charge as
right.
what they're doing.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, let us take that away because I think might, like you say, might not be to our benefit. I just would need to talk to the staff and figure out what the details are. Thank you.
Councillor Bartlett.
May I ask a question on that? If a third party's buying the tickets, do they not go through the box office? They have to.
No, there are, so, what's coming up, the Bruce Trail Conservancy. Bruce Trail Conservancy might have said, I'm gonna go to Ticketmaster and I'm gonna sell tickets through them. And that has nothing, and there have been events that have happened at Meaford Hall that they didn't do that, they literally used an online agency. So that didn't go through Meaford Hall box office at all. So people came in and they just said, here's my ticket that I bought somewhere else. I'm going up to the auditorium. Did not go through the Meaford box office at all. Yeah, and again, that happens at venues. And again, like I said, some venues will have monopolized, and you don't allow them to do that, but many do. So that we just need to make sure the fee structure is appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Or determine that we're not going to be open to that and then let
Right.
those vendors and or, people that are renting the space know that they can't use it in that forum.
Correct.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, one last question for me. Now I'm on page 53 of 54. Community halls, and I see that we have rates listed for Woodford, and I'm just curious, we don't have Bogner or Riverside rates in there, and is there a reason for that, or should we? Yeah, I would think, Val, do you happen to know what, it's just by an error, not on purpose?
I don't think they've ever really been in our fees and charges before. We can add them and we'll just have to reach out to the two halls to find out what their rates are because they'll be different than ours.
I think actually, in just chatting here, they book their own events through their hall, so we don't do the charges through us. So I think it's not a mistake, it's probably actually on purpose, but we could advertise, like, we don't know, their books don't even come through.
Okay, so for fees and charges, Meaford Hall, or not Meaford Hall, Bogner Hall and Riverside Hall set their own rates. They have their own rental agreements. They have all of that. What we could do for them is advertise their rates and whatever on our website and various other locations. But as far as putting them in here, if they want to change the rates, then we would have to do an amending bylaw, which I think would become time consuming.
Thanks for that, Kim and Val, and I think anything we can do to promote the availability of renting those halls would be appreciated, so no, that would be good, thank you.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Schedule Q, Memorial Park, page 168. Your agendas. So I didn't, again, no problem with the rates that are there. The only question I have, I know camping, there's no cancellation fee there for if somebody canceled a campsite that I saw. Because that's most, all provincial parks, all federal parks, you book something and there you automatically know if you cancel that, there's a charge for that. I didn't see it there unless I'm missing it.
I actually think it's on page 50 of the other part of the report. It's just an overlap, but it's only $35 to highlight that.
I saw that as contract cancellation administration, so I didn't know whether that applied to, because I was at a pavilion rental. I didn't know if that applies specifically to the pavilion rental, or if that is was that also related to site rental?
Through the chair, I didn't catch the last bit, but the the answer is that the bookings are done through a software called Camp Life.
Right.
And there is a cancellation fee through the software, which is $25 for cancellation, but it goes directly to the person who's canceling it. So it's not shown in here, I guess.
I think we'll review it.
Yeah.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. On page 171 of the agenda, not the Hotmail. Harbor Pavilion, Meaford Rotary Club remove. So they're going to have to pay the rate, are they? And the municipal programs, if the municipality use it, we're paying full rate for the pavilion?
I think that with reading Val's body language and having had some conversations, yes, the intent is we did a number of improvements this last year that were very costly. So we're not seeing any groups as exempt and instead paying for usage to ensure that we do collect the monies that we need to fund our facilities.
Has the Rotary Club been notified of this?
They would be, I was going to say, but not formally at this time. We're still just putting this forward.
Because I can see a problem coming forward with that.
So are we done discussing the Rotary Club at this point? We can bring the deputy mayor back. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So page 145, trucks and equipment. And again, I will give credit to on all these increases. I think they're fairly consistent and they're not all over the place. And years past, we said, how come it's such a drastic increase and some weren't? But on trucks and equipment, there are some as compared to some of the other increases that have happened throughout the rest of the document. Some of those increases are quite significant, and I'm just wondering what the validation was, why those increases were much higher than some of the other ones that were throughout the document.
Was it the age of the fleet, Val? Because I believe. Do you have background? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jess, because.
I could, so sorry, through you, Chair. I thought that it was pertaining to fuel increases. I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain that it was due to cost of fuel increases.
Are you talking about equipment? Yeah, I thought some of the were in excess of fuel increase prices. I think anyway, that's what was my take on it. Councillor Greenfield.
Well, just on the subject of the construction equipment increases, I noticed graders were substantially, but I think if we just think back a few months to the cost of grader repairs that we had to go through, I don't think those increases are out of line at all.
Deputy Mayor, do you have another question?
A separate question, if I may, your worship.
Okay.
Now I'm back on page 43. Sorry. I know we talked about Meaford Hall already, but I'm just curious to know the thinking behind not raising the commercial rates on all the aspects of Meaford Hall.
Val, can you speak to that? Yep.
I had actually asked just today, one of the staff members, and They thought that the rates were reasonable still. Now he is double checking that for me, and there may be a slight increase to those rates. I'm not sure at this time.
Sarah, do you have a point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that I have spoken with the manager of the hall. There was a full and fulsome review done last year of exactly all of these charges. And so it wasn't deemed that anything should have to go up at this time because there was a significant increase last year.
So are we nearing the end of our questions on this particular subject? Going once, twice, three times, ready to vote? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Now we move into the reports from members of various organizations and county council. Deputy Mayor, do you have a brief report on county councils?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do, and it is brief this time because it was a bit of an unusual meeting last Thursday, September the 26th. We met by Zoom because there were no items at all in committee of the whole. So in the council meeting at 10 a.m., minutes were adopted from various previous minutes. And one of those was the CAO Performance Evaluation Committee minutes. Those were pulled and council did go into a closed session for just over an hour where they were discussed. And in the end, the minutes were passed as presented. So that's pretty much all there really was to that meeting. But I can tell you we're going to make up for it this Thursday. We've got a much longer agenda.
We also had a meeting, I think, of the Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee. Is that you, Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had our sustainability meeting last Wednesday, and I believe we had a terrific meeting. In no small part is because of my co-chair and your fellow councillor Forder, who had reached out and we had a guest speaker. And the guest speaker's topic, basically the background for conversation was mind your plastics. And I said at the end of that meeting that I would put the bug in this council's ear to be prepared for something coming from the Sustainability Committee in the very early part of the new year. Because this subject matter that came up was absolutely loaded with comments about our municipality, what we currently do, what we can do in the future. And thank you, Councillor Forder, for bringing that guest speaker to us. And I also want to thank our recorder, Alex, does a tremendously good job. When we passed our minutes of the previous meeting, I reported back then that I basically had a very wide open meeting. I was just looking to see what kind of subject matter would come before us for discussion. And she did an excellent job of capturing every one of those comments. And so anyway, thank you. And I know she does a great job on when she writes down what we've done. So to be faithful to the group that gathered, I'm planting the bug in your ear to stay tuned because something's going to come. This committee wants to be a committee of action, and we need to have buy-in from our fellow councillors to move forward. We're going to count on you. So we're going to have to pull it together, my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's that we'll look forward to that for sure. Plastics are probably one of the biggest global problems we have. Next to people. Other boards and committees, Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Grace Level Conservation Authority Board met on September 25th. So the GSCA Board received a presentation on the planned administration office building renovations. This project was originally budgeted at 1.5 million, but updated costing showed the cost had ballooned to 3.6 million. Staff deemed this untenable and working with the design company made revisions to bring the project down to 2.6 million. Funding options over a 15-year amortization period were discussed, including support from the member municipalities. Early estimates suggest that the Meaford ask from GSEA would be in the 21 to 24,000 annually. The board voted to accept the detailed design drawings and construction estimate and proceed to the construction documents and tender phase, and directed staff to investigate funding options. So we'll definitely keep people apprised on that. GSEA staff presented an updated personnel policy, as the current policy has remained unchanged for the past 20 years, much like our development charges. The new policy mirrored many other Conservation Ontario and regional municipality policies, and the board agreed with the majority of the revisions. The policy was deferred to after the bereavement, alter the bereavement clause, and is expected to be approved at the next meeting. The GSA also had an opportunity to purchase an exhausted quarry on Gray Road 17 in Georgian Bluffs, currently owned by Harold Sutherland Construction, which wishes to transfer the title for $1. The board discussed possible uses for this property, which will naturally fill with water over the next 25 years. The potential liability concerns were outweighed by the potential positive uses for the property, and the board agreed to proceed with the acquisition. Be interesting. There'll be a new lake in Georgian Bluffs, and I wonder who gets the naming rights for that. And finally, the 11th annual Bruce Gray Forest Festival will be held from Monday, October 7th to Thursday, October 10th at Allen Park, just west of Durham. This event brings 700 to 1,000 grade 7 students from across Bruce and Gray counties for a day of environmental education in a forest setting. The grade 7 students travel from station to station, learning about different environmental topics, such as forest ecosystems, biodiversity, and species at risk, forest resource management, and sustainability. And the stations are even run by high school students. And I'll be attending on behalf of the GSEA for that event.
Are there any other reports, any other meetings, library board or anything like that? Sorry, Councillor Greenfield.
I was there. Apologize, I will not offer reporting expertise, but a few things. One thing we look at every month is the variance report as far as finances are concerned, and thus far everything looks very good. Very reasonable at the library as far as expenditures. We did get a very brief glimpse at the 2025 budget that will be discussed much more considerably, I believe, at this month's meeting. We did get confirmation from our friends at Owen North Gray Union Public Library that our second of 3 payments have been received, and with thanks. The monthly reports from our CEO, and of course our library board did not meet in July and August, so there were quite a number of reports of what has been going on at the library. A busy summer as always, and going to be a busy fall lineup. So we caught up on those items. Policy updates, we are taking a look at. Most of the ones that we have in place are fairly substantial. A few suggestions, but the 4 we did look at the last meeting were Meaford Public Library, intellectual freedom. A couple of comments about that. The membership and circulation policy, library information services, and also displays at the library. That's, I think a brief review. Our next meeting is October 16th.
Thank you very much, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you.
Ready for a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Bartley. And that's at 2:53 PM. And now we have notices of motion. I believe you do have a notice, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do. And we alluded to this earlier, but the notice of motion is to request a report from staff regarding an updated land disposition policy. As again, as we mentioned earlier on in the meeting.
Okay. And you also have a motion to bring forward. Do we need a mover and a seconder to do that? Can you move that yourself? Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Forder. Go ahead, maybe read your motion for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I will read it for anyone listening. So this is a motion regarding the development of a policy for speed management on urban roads. The recommendation, whereas excessive speed on urban roads increases the risk of traffic-related injuries and fatalities, posing a significant danger to pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. And whereas the municipality of Meaford's Transportation Master Plan and Official Master Plan emphasize the importance of creating safe and accessible roadways for all of our users, and any speed management policy must align with these long-term planning documents. And whereas the Highway Traffic Act and the Ontario Traffic Manual legislation regarding road safety and speed management provides the regulatory and best practice framework within which any municipal speed reduction policy must operate, and therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to draft a comprehensive policy for reducing speed on urban roads, which includes: 1, public education, launch a public education campaign to inform residents about the dangers of speeding, highlighting how reduced speed limits contribute to the safety of all road users, particularly vulnerable populations such as cyclists and children. 2, traffic calming measures, recommends traffic calming solutions such as roundabouts, speed bumps, curb extensions, raised intersections, and pedestrian islands to physically deter speeding in areas where vulnerable populations such as cyclists and children are active. 3, targeted enforcement. Collaborate with local law enforcement and costing for radar for speed cameras to implement targeted enforcement in high-risk areas, including school zones, residential neighborhoods, and areas with high pedestrian and cyclist traffic. 4, location-specific reductions. Prioritize speed reductions on residential roads with a particular focus on school zones, beaches, and other high pedestrian traffic locations, while assessing the potential for reductions on arterial and collector roads as part of a broader speed management strategy. 5, holistic management. Develop a policy which aligns with the municipality of Meaford's Transportation Master Plan, Official Master Plan, and when possible with engineering standards. And 6, compliance with standards and legislation. Ensure that the planning, design, and implementation of speed management measures comply with relevant provisions in the Highway Traffic Act, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, Transportation Association of Canada, Speed Management Guide, Canadian Guidelines for Establishing Posted Speed Limits, Geometric Design Guide for Canadian Roads, and the Ontario Traffic Manual. And finally, that staff consult with transportation experts and relevant provincial legislation and report back to council within 6 months with progress and recommendations for a speed management on urban roads policy in line with the municipality of Meaford's planning documents.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. I missed a couple of things. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry. I agree with this. It's a lot of work. It's going forward. Do we have to wait for this to all be done to look at what the resident brought forward to us 2 weeks ago?
I think that will be a question through your worship to Kim.
Yeah, I think actually there's a combination because I think if I'm remembering, it was Bayfield. No, sorry, it was North Centerville, wasn't it? Lakeshore, thank you. I think the answer is still to have a policy coming from council on how to manage speed across the municipality and the urban spaces. So that is work still to be done. I haven't actually looked specifically at that area, although I'm familiar with it. But I haven't actually looked at that with the staff specifically on whether or not there's something, I'll say, kind of beforehand that we can do. But whatever we end up doing, I'd hate it to be in cross purpose of something that would then come in the policy. So in a perfect world, the policy comes first. But I don't want to not take a look at what they were considering and obviously determine whether or not, you know, it's still in the realm of what's possible today to get done. So, but I haven't started that inquiry yet. No.
I appreciate that and I understand the cart comes before the horse, but this could be 6 months, it could be a year. It might not ever happen. I think what was brought forward to us 2 weeks ago is necessary and I'd like to see something happen sooner on that before this policy and if we need to bring a motion forward in the near future to do that, we can do that.
The proponent asked for a community safety zone, creation of a community safety zone, which we've had requests for the same thing that we have not acted on. And I think that's one of the reasons why the deputy mayor is bringing forward this motion now, to see if we can, instead of an ad hoc, piece by piece approach, can we find an overarching thing. But maybe rather than taking 6 months to do this, we should give it a little more priority. I don't know. Otherwise, we will probably entertain other presentations between now and then.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think if we continue, at some point in time, we do have to let the horse get in front of the cart. And again, it comes back to, I don't remember and recall that there were any, not that we want to wait for an accident or have any specific, but I think it was also in relation to there, if I remember correctly, the St. Vincent Beach space, there was additional traffic on that road because of the summertime, that type of thing too. So again, yes, it is probably going to take in and amongst 1 to 6 months to get this policy all the way covering off all of those details. And then an actual, kind of plan to go forward, if you will, in the spring through the summer, depending on, again, on the budget approvals. But yeah, I think we'd have to look at how many areas would be in a similar situation and are we going to wait for each one of them to come forward? Or can we do this under the steps of the policy and then implementation of that policy? So yeah, I guess that goes back to how quickly you guys would like to move forward. Because yeah, I think taking it step by step might be the right way to go about it. It's my recommendation.
Is there any desire to change the timeline on this from 6 months?
I think based on knowing how fulsome it is,
It's
and realizing we
comprehensive,
don't have dedicated resources to just this.
Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, I looked through this again and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Costing, this can be significant, obviously. So when the report is requested here, I'm hoping I'm not just assuming something, but that staff would include either integration into projects that might happen in the future and the costs that would be associated, because there was one in there about a traffic calming measure of a raised intersection alone. So we need to add item 7, costing and its implications.
If I may, to leave the costing, purposely leaving the costing out of this particular policy, but having that as a follow-up, because at the time it might also depend on what capital projects have been approved already. And to your point, moving towards what the outcome of the policy is. Yeah, I think that would be step 2, if you will. to apply costing to it. Otherwise, yeah, it could take it would take longer because of that extra element of going through all the costing to this policy. But certainly there will be costs associated with the policy.
Councillor Greenfield.
Worship, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Keavy, for bringing forward this chapter to our agenda. I know there are a lot of things mentioned in here, but just thinking back to the huge gathering at the down at the harbor after the Scarecrow Parade, and noticing how many young people, little people, and also how many older people were at the harbor. We have a great many of both, thank goodness. It's wonderful. But there are a couple of vehicles that are now both on our sidewalks and our roads that are growing in number, and that is battery powered scooters. And also there's starting to get to be all kinds of mini cars for seniors and those who have some disabilities. And I really hope that as this is put into place, maybe there could be a special few pages dedicated to those vehicles, because they again, it's the battery thing, they're becoming more popular, and they can be a little unnerving for, somebody in a 3/4 ton 4x4 truck. It's a little different world for, so hopefully they are really investigated.
You ready to vote on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We just have the council meeting minutes of, sorry, I've missed something here. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, it's Rob Garrett's motion. It's. I don't think it's in our written.
Yeah, it's not, sorry, it's not in the version. Now this, I received this on, on Tuesday. So no, sorry, I beg your pardon. And I did receive a copy of the agenda this morning and lost it since then. So, Councillor Yurg has a recommendation. Do you want to go ahead and read the motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, it's shorter than the last one. It has to do with the airport signage. Whereas the municipality of Meaford wishes to promote community events and activities, and whereas increased knowledge of events will lead to economic development in the community, and whereas the signage on the Major General Richard Romer Meaford International Airport property on Highway 26 would provide an opportunity to inform people entering the rural north end of the municipality of upcoming events, and therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to provide a report to Council, including reference to the requirements in the Ontario Building Code, consultation with the Ministry of Transportation, collaboration with the applicable municipal staff, and the municipality signage bylaw, and outline the options that are available with regards to negotiating with the airport owners to secure the rights to the unused signage, including costs and operational impacts.
So we need a mover and a seconder for this. I moved and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'm glad that you brought this forward, Councillor Urick, because I think there's a real opportunity to make sure that those signs out there are relevant for Meaford. A question for you, though. I know you've been looking forward to event signage for some time and you have a prior motion in place. So are you thinking that that particular sign would be the event sign, or do you still foresee another sign somewhere in downtown Meaford and possibly on the east side that would also promote events happening in the community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And I see this as an adjunct to the two signs that would be on both sides of urban Meaford. Again, I always use Collingwood as that example. When you come into both ends of the urban area, they're very prevalent. I think what the airport does, it gives us an advantage. It's amazing how many people, when we now have so much more focus on the airport, how many people said, we have an airport? So the fact that we now have something out there that could, when people are literally going to the airport to Scenic City to not as far as Meaford, so that is the first opportunity for us to espouse A, where Meaford, and B, what's going on. But then for a lot of people who do not make it as far, having an event sign on both sides of urban Meaford, I think would be valuable. Because there's much traffic comes from the northern corridor, or sort of the southern corridor that might come in, fourth line, or might come in other ways. That might not even still supersede around that end. So I would see this as an adjunct to two signs that I've requested previously for the event signs.
Any other questions? All in favor then? That is carried. Thank you very much. So now we have the minutes of variety of meetings here that we just have to accept as a so I need a motion to accept them, I guess. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell. And any of these you want to discuss in any way, then let's accept them. And I should have mentioned, is there anything from the correspondence list that you're wanting to raise at all? Yep. But I should have spoken about the correspondence within that group, I think. Anyway, nobody is raising anything. So I think we are at this point going to call a recess. We will have a closed session after the after a recess here. And I guess we need to vote to resolve that Council of the Municipality of Meaford will go into a closed session at about, I'm going to say 3:20 this afternoon, with the CAO, Acting Clerk, and Director of Community Services and HR in attendance. And that will be to discuss the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, specifically relating to the Heritage Advisory Committee, and also personal matters about an identifiable individual, specifically the 90-day CAO performance review. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting at this point, and we'll see you on the other side. Just reporting out from our closed session here. We've been receiving some advice that was subject to solicitor-client privilege relating to our advisory committees. And we also had our 90-day review, even though it was actually 100 days, with our new CAO, and that went swimmingly well. So, and with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.